cases reach courts so upsettingly high. This silencing and betrayal is occurring in civil courts through the use of costly defamation cases. As the head of a large sixth form, I'm here today speaking up for my students, as without a fundamental reform of the criminal justice system and the response and approach of the police, they are not being protected and kept safe from harm, as any potential perpetrators are currently unlikely to face conviction. I'm confident that under the leadership of Sir Keir Starmer and Yvette Cooper's stewardship, and Shabana and Emily, the vital reforms needed to make a positive change for the future will be implemented. And I please urge you to fully get behind this motion. Thank you.
Before I call the next speaker, I'm going to take another round. So if you can indicate, there's a woman in a sort of flowery, long-sleeved top. Yep, you just pointed at yourself. Yep, you. There's a man there at the front with a red tie. Yeah, there's a woman there. Yep. And I can't see. Oh, there's a accessibility steward in the far corner over there, I think. Is there? No, maybe not. Sorry, I thought I saw an accessibility steward, but can't. And there's a man there holding a piece of paper. Thank you. Oh, okay. Can I ask the next speaker to... Oh, she's there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Conference. Ruth Hayes, Unite the Union, Chair of the Labour Party National Women's Committee and Councillor in Emily's constituency of Islington South. Conference, Tory inaction on gender-based violence is staggering. Since last year, the gravity of this has become even starker, with the Casey report finding the Metropolitan Police Force guilty of institutional racism, misogyny and homophobia. For years, we've marched to reclaim the night, and now, due to the growing impact of online abuse and misogynist influencers, we urgently need to reclaim our online spaces too. Women and girls must be allowed to take our rightful place, which is anywhere we want to be. Labour's ambitious targets to halve levels of violence against women and girls requires serious and joined-up action. Crucially, a Labour government must deliver legal reform and ensure that the needs of survivors of rape and assault are absolutely central to how services are run. But, Conference, we must also make gender-based violence a workplace issue. Initiatives such as my own union Unite's Get Me Home Safely campaign are leading the way, making sure that employers meet their responsibilities for women's safety and putting women at the heart of fighting for our own rights. Conference, we must end this epidemic of violence against women and girls. We need a Labour government. Please vote for the composite. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Conference. I'm here to support this proposal, this motion. The reason for this is I was a police officer for 30 years and I've seen the abuse, domestic and streetwise, harassment and bullying that occurs to women and girls. One of the things that this report motion asks for is an overhaul of police standards and to ensure that there are specialist rape and serious sexual offence units. Now, in the 30 years I was a police officer, lots of different units were formed to deal with different situations. And all those units came from the street police, that police that you want to see on the streets. So all these different departments were taken from the street and not replaced. If you pass this motion, I ask the next Labour government, if these rules are brought in, that recruitment of the police is put in line with these new departments. The Tories took away 20,000 police when they came in. Then they offered us 20,000 back. But they never replaced what would have happened if it had been normal recruitment. So we're still terribly under-policed. And if you want to see police on the streets, then for every department that's made, we need to recruit more to replace those that are being filled. Thank you, Conference.
Conference, Ash Silverstone proudly speaking on behalf of Unison on ethics and standards in our politics. And Conference, this is a topic close to my heart, both as a trade unionist and Unison member. As the UK's largest union, we represent over 1 million workers in public services. Our members were on the front line throughout the pandemic, putting their lives on the line to help those in need. All whilst that rotten lot partied and lied and handed billions of pounds of our money to all their mates. This is an important motion. It's important because integrity matters. We should be able to trust that those people that we send to represent us have gone into politics for the right reason. We should be able to feel confident that their decisions will put this country first, not their friends. Conference, we deserve full-time MPs, no second jobs, no lobbying. Let's end the revolving door used by ministers to get lucrative roles in the private sector, companies that they helped out whilst in office. It's extraordinary that we even have to debate this motion, but under this Tory government, the UK has dropped to its lowest ever score in the Global Corruption Index. It should go without saying that lying and misconduct have no place in our politics, but when scandal after scandal pass without consequence, we have to stand up and say, no more. This motion does just that. It helps us hold our representatives to the highest standards because Britain deserves better than another 5 years of Tory sleaze and scandal. So if that miserable lot occupying Westminster take nothing else away from this week, let it be that this movement, our movement, will stand up and fight. Stand up and fight to restore honesty and integrity to our politics. So I urge you to join me in supporting this important motion. Thank you.
I'm Elizabeth McWilliams, delegate from South East Cambridgeshire, and it's my first conference. Conference, every woman and girl should feel safe in their home, on our streets, in their school or workplace, or the wider community. I can't believe that it's 2023 and we even need to debate this. Yet we do. Every day, women are told how to behave, what to say, how to look. Comments shouted in the street, cheer up, love, being wolf whistled at and expected to take it as a compliment. The pressure on young girls so that half now use apps or filters to make themselves look better online. The message that somehow it's the woman's fault. She wore the wrong clothes, said the wrong thing, behaved the wrong way. It's always for women to modify their behaviour, and modify it we do. The women who pay for a taxi after a late shift home because there's no other safe way to get back. The women who keep quiet at work for fear of being labelled strident. The women who won't put themselves forward to be counsellors because of the risk of serious online abuse. These behaviours may be deep-rooted, but that doesn't mean we have to put up with them. We no longer should accept that boys will be boys. We need to change the story, and we are. Sadiq Khan's campaign for men to call it out if their mates use sexist language. Unite's campaign to get me home safely. And most of all, the action promised by Labour to make misogyny a hate crime, to tackle harmful online content, to make sure police forces record all violence and harassment suffered by women. I want my daughter and all women to have the fundamental right of feeling safe in their daily lives. I want the difference that a Labour government will make.
Hi Conference, Rosie Kernaz, delegate for Islington South and Finsbury, first time delegate to annual conference and first time speaker. And may I just say, it's a massive privilege to be speaking right next to my wonderful MP here, but the best MP. So Conference, the words are about to come out of my mouth are the experiences of a 19-year-old teenager from an ethnic minority background. I'm the proud daughter of Turkish Kurdish immigrants. My parents came to Islington in the late 80s from Istanbul, Turkey, to provide a better life for me. Therefore, it would be a massive disservice to my parents, especially my beautiful mother, if I didn't speak about the consequences that violence has on women like me. As much as I love being a teenager in my youthfulness, as much as I love my exotic olive-coloured skin, people like me are unfortunately more likely to be victims of all kinds of violence. I'm from London, the most multicultural city in the world, however, also a city that has the highest proportion of people like my parents, immigrants of ethnic minority background. Statistically, women like my mum are more likely to be victims of every kind of violence, however, also least likely to report any kind of violence. Why, you may be wondering, Conference? Because of this Tory government. This incompetent Tory government who does not take women like me or my mother seriously. According to this government, a young ethnic Muslim woman like me does not deserve the justice that I need, the representation that I need. But Conference, I do deserve justice. Women like me do deserve justice. We need to be taken seriously. We need to be aware that the legal system, as Emily is our Shadow Attorney General, has our back. We need to know that we're worthy of being treated as basic human beings. Conference, I had the privilege to have a wonderful mother, to grow up in a wonderful household of a wonderful mother who taught me courage, resilience, perseverance, and to never give up and take every single opportunity that is presented to me all the time.
Can you wrap up now, please?
So, Conference, although right now my immigrant mother knows that she raised a confident, kind daughter who can easily stand up for herself and others, she's also proud and aware that women of colour need and deserve the justice that only a Labour government can provide.
Thank you.
Let me repeat, Conference, only a Labour government can provide.
Thank you.
Conference. Warren de Just, GMB Trade Union Delegate and Parliamentary Candidate for Wolverhampton West, a seat that I plan to take off the Tories and win back for Labour. Our society deserves elected representatives and leaders who exemplify integrity, accountability, and a genuine desire and commitment to do well for others. How many times have you knocked on a door when out canvassing and the person at the doorstep says to you, "I don't do politics, You're all the same. You're only in it for yourselves. But conference, can you blame these people when you look at the government's shameful track record of breaking COVID rules with arrogance, taking up lucrative second jobs just to increase their wealth, the mishandling of the Brexit negotiations, the award of lucrative COVID contracts to friends and donors without proper scrutiny, the questionable lobbying practices, and a general disregard of standards in public life? We are in politics because we know that politics affects everything and it matters. Even the weather that we experience is affected by political decisions that we make about climate change. But conference, the lack of transparency and honesty erodes the very trust that is essential for a functioning democracy. If we are to win the next general election, and I'm pretty sure that we will, although we need to work extremely hard as we have been learning throughout this week, we need to address not only the everyday issues that affect people, issues like cost of living, access to GP and dental appointments, hospital appointments, crime and antisocial behaviour, but we need to convince people that politics matters, that they can have faith in the political process, that they can have faith in politicians. Conference, we need to be clear to people that the integrity and ethics of politics and politicians matters as much to us as it does to them. Please support Composite 9. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've actually got time for a couple more speakers. There's a woman in the red jacket with the brown hair there. Yeah, yes, you just standing up. And the woman in the red shirt just there. Yeah. I'll just call two for now. We may have time for more, but I'm calling two for now.
Conference. Claire Penny-Evans from Unison, the union with over 1 million women members, supporting this motion on preventing violence against women and girls. Conference, you thought the pandemic was over, but I am telling you today, Conference, that there is a pandemic of misogyny and violence against women and girls. Globally, an estimated 736 million women have been subjected to violence or sexual violence. That's 1 in 3 women. Domestic abuse makes up almost 1 in 5 of all recorded crimes in England and Wales. 97%, yes, 97% of young women in the UK have been sexually harassed. It isn't just that sexual harassment can happen to any woman, it's that it happens to almost every woman. And sadly, Conference, it is a problem in our workplaces. Half of all women workers have been sexually harassed at work, higher still for young women, black women and disabled women. In July 2021, the government promised to introduce a new law to make employers responsible for preventing sexual harassment in the workplace. Trade unions welcomed this as a victory for those survivors who had shared their experience of harassment to bring about change. But Conference, 2 years have gone by and no sign of this promised legislation. We need to change the sexualised, misogynistic culture in so many workplaces. Now, we need to challenge aggressive and sexist behaviours at work. The past years, we've gathered to mourn the deaths of women at the hands of men. We say their names, we light candles, but we don't want any more vigils. We need change. We need a government that takes violence against women seriously. We need workplaces where women are safe and valued. We need a world where there is a zero tolerance for misogyny or sexism. And we need a Labour government.
Conference support this motion.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, conference. I'm Pushpita Gupta, Ilfurno CLP. The best way of describing my CLP is West Streeting is my MP. I'm a councillor for Redbridge. Out of 63, 58 Labour councillors, the best way of explaining about my leader, Jazatwal. I'm here to speak about violence against women and girls. I came to this country 26 years ago. The reason? I did not feel safe in Bangladesh. My mother did not feel safe to keep her daughters in Bangladesh. When I came to this country, very first day when I go in the bus, I did not know that I actually missed my bus stop. And the bus driver realized that I did not know the route. So he was driving and driving. Brave enough, me being a 19-year-old girl, screamed and screamed and screamed, and he stopped. He had to stop. So that was my experience, me being in UK in the bus on my own. When my daughter goes out, she's 22 years old, I don't tell her what not to wear. I want her to be confident, wear whatever she wants to wear. But I give her a comfortable shoes. I say, wear comfortable shoes and take a power bank. Take a power bank with you, and never tell her you cannot walk alone. I do not tell her you need to be home by 12 o'clock in the midnight. I don't tell her you cannot go out. I tell her, go out, enjoy yourself, wear comfortable shoes. So when you wear comfortable shoes, thank you. Thank you. My 14-year-old daughter came home and said, Mommy, I was very scared in the bus. A man was staring at me, and he was following me on the bus stop. And then he was calling me, hello, hello, hello. I said, did you stop? No, I did not stop. And I said, what did you do? They said, I pretended I'm talking to you. They said, Mommy, a man is following me, and I was talking very loudly.
Can you wrap up now,
so,
please?
well done, this is what you got from me. I want the community, I go out to tell girls, the abuse, recognize the abuse. They get abused by their partners, their boyfriend, their husband, and they rape, not by the strangers.
Can I ask you to wrap up now, please?
The rape is very common in the society, so we need to go out, do things that girls and women understand what is abuse and what is rape means. Thank you, conference. Thank you, all the women.
Thank you. Okay, we have got time for a couple of more speakers. There is a woman at the back. She looks like she's got some sort of hairband around her wrist. Yep, that's great. And there's a woman in a red dress towards the back as well at the end.
Chair, Conference. I'm Holly Jarrett, Delegate, and as of about 2 weeks ago, Chair of Totnes CLP in Devon. Thanks. I'm a first-time delegate and a first-time speaker. I'm here to speak for the motions on violence against women and girls. We have the right to feel safe. All too often, as women and girls, we do not feel safe, and we are not safe. When I hear the outcomes of the work in West Yorkshire, where Tracy Brabin and Alison Lowe have been tackling violence against women and girls, a reduction in assault, and an increase in successful prosecutions, it shows us that this is not an issue to be swept under the carpet. This is not a problem that we are helpless to tackle. When we have women in these top jobs, when there is a will to make our communities safer for women and girls, we can and we will make a difference. For too long, the men in these positions of power have not used their powers to make us safer. We need you, not only the women, but all of the men in this conference and in the wider Labour movement to stand with us, to make it your priority to make the world safer for us, to support our campaigns. The first step that you can take, conference, is to support these motions. Thank you.
Good morning, conference. My name is Sarah Allen, and I'm honoured to be here as the delegate for Meriden CLP. I am a first-time attendee at conference, and this is my first time speaking. Thank you for allowing me to speak in support of Composite Motion 8. Conference, if I asked every woman in this room today, each of us would have our own story to tell. It could be a misogynistic comment that made you wince and recoil. It could be a horrific sexual assault. It could be an appalling incident of domestic violence. And it could tragically be one of rape. Violence and abuse towards women and girls is now so heartbreakingly prevalent in our society that we as women are all connected by the wounds and scars of these awful incidents, linked in a way that we should never be, through hurt, violence and anguish. Friends, I have 2 daughters, and I owe it to them and all the women and girls to fight to ensure that they are protected and to do all that we can to end this emergency. They, along with every other woman and girl, should not have to suffer the constant threat of violence and abuse, and a system that makes them feel that they have no power or voice when these despicable incidents are inflicted upon them. Conference, let's also eliminate the scourge of online misogyny and stop this disease of abhorrent voices and secure that misogyny becomes a hate crime. For 13 years, this shameful Tory government has left the majority of women and girls who have been the victims of violence without justice. They've been abandoned by a system that is failing to protect and support them. So I urge you, conference, let's work together to ensure that the future of women and girls looks safer and brighter, and that we have a clear pathway to do this, to end violence against women and girls. Please support the motion. Thank you.
I'm afraid we don't have time for any more contributions to the debate, but I want to thank everyone that took part. We heard some really powerful speeches and contributions, so thank you very much. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference. We've just heard very many powerful and personal stories from people in this hall. And you know, probably every one of us in this hall will have stories from friends, families, or neighbours about domestic abuse, sexual assaults, or stalking, or the violence and abuse too many women face. My great-great-grandmother was attacked by her husband. First, when she was pregnant, the report says he struck and kicked her so she could not sit or lie in bed. Then he attacked her with a poker in front of her daughter. The case went to court. The magistrates bound him over to keep the peace. And you know the most shocking thing about that story?
That is more protection from the police and courts than many domestic abuse victims get today, and it was over 100 years ago. Conference, we cannot stand by and let our daughters face the same abuse as our grandmother. This has to change. And we have with us this morning Noor Norris. Her niece, Raneem Uda, faced abuse, stalking, threats to kill from her ex-partner. Repeatedly, she asked for help, but nothing was done. On the night that Raneem and her mother, Kaula, were murdered, they called 999 4 times, but no one came. And I am determined that no woman should ever be ignored and abandoned in this devastating way. And you know, we've talked about change for years, but I'm sick and tired of women who face abuse and violence being failed generation after generation. Sick and tired of the most serious perpetrators just getting away with it, of the growing online threats and abuse, and sick and tired of women still feeling worried on the streets, saying to friends, text me when you get home. When the first Women's Safety March in Leeds was nearly 50 years ago, enough is enough. We will not stand for this anymore. So, Conference, the next Labour government will put specialist rape investigation units in every force, domestic abuse experts in every 999 call centre. We will require police forces to use tactics normally reserved for organised crime or terrorist investigations to identify and go after the most dangerous repeat abusers and rapists and get them off our streets. So know this, if you abuse and hurt women under a Labour government, the police will be after you because everyone has the right to live in freedom from fear. And who better to lead that fight against crime than someone who has spent years pursuing criminals and terrorists and standing up for victims, the person that we pledge to make the next Labour Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. So from Labour this week, you get serious plans to change our country. From the Tories last week, what were they on? I mean, the chaos just keeps getting worse. We have had 5 Tory Prime Ministers in 7 years, and 7 Tory Home Secretaries, 2 of them, Suella Braverman, literally the only person who could make you want to bring back Priti Patel. And Conference, a Home Secretary more interested in going after Elton John than going after criminals? Well, I guess that's why they call them the Blues. Labour believes that security is the first duty of any government. Security is the bedrock of opportunity. Families don't thrive if they don't feel safe. Security means knowing that someone will be there for you if things go wrong, that laws will be respected and enforced. And it means strong communities where people pull together instead of turning on each other. Because when communities fracture, antisocial behaviour grows and organised crime and extremists step in. But instead of standing up for security, the Tories have done the opposite. That feeling that we have that nothing works, that everything is broken. A brittle Britain where we face the future with foreboding. they've taken a wrecking ball to the criminal justice system. So 90% of crimes now go unsolved. More criminals let off, more victims let down. And you know, criminals today are less than half as likely to be caught as they were under the last Labour government. That is the scale of the collapse in law and order under this Tory government. Criminals laughing at the law, communities paying the price. And this isn't an accident. It's the result of deliberate Tory choice. A choice to cut police from our streets. A choice to undermine respect for the rule of law and standards in public life. A choice to chase headlines, not solutions, and a shameful choice to ramp up the rhetoric, to pit people against each other rather than bringing communities together. They are weak on crime, weak on the causes of crime, weakening our security, a reckless Tory Home Secretary, a hopeless Tory government. They need to go. So Labour's task in government, with Shabana, with Emily, with a Labour cabinet led by Keir, will be to restore respect and to rebuild our security for our nation, at our borders, on our streets and in our homes. That starts with defending our national security, and Labour will work tirelessly with our intelligence and security agencies to defend our country from fast-changing threats, be they from terrorists or other states who seek to do us harm. And conference, we've seen the devastating and barbaric terrorist attacks in Israel this week. And as David Lammy has said, terrorism can never, never be justified. And let us be clear, here in the UK, we will work with the police, with the Community Security Trust, with the government, because there is no place in Britain for the promotion of prescribed terror groups like Hamas, and there is no place in Britain for anti-Semitic hate. And conference, delivering security for our communities also means securing our borders. Most people want to see strong border security and a properly controlled and managed asylum system, so the UK does our bit to help those fleeing persecution and conflict, while those who are not refugees are swiftly returned. That is what Labour believes in. But under the Tories, we have none of that. Criminal gangs are making a mockery of our border security, and the asylum system is in total chaos. The taxpayer spending an astronomical £8 million a day on hotels, returns of failed asylum seekers down by 70%, and £140 million cheques already sent to Rwanda, even though they've sent more Home Secretaries there than asylum seekers. Time and again, all the Tories offer is gimmicks and not grip. So Labour will deploy hundreds more police and investigators, a new cross-border unit, to go after the smuggler and trafficking gangs who undermine our border security and put lives at risk, and to pursue their supply chains, so we stop the boats before they reach the French coast, and we will clear the backlog, end the use of asylum hotels, save the taxpayer £2 billion, and fix this Tory chaos. But we've seen a Tory Home Secretary target and blame LGBT+ refugees to distract from her mess. This is less than 2% of UK asylum applications, and it's at a time when Uganda and other countries threaten gay people with the death penalty. This is shameful. It demeans her office. Labour will never scapegoat people because of who they are and who they love. And Labour will rebuild security here on our streets Our town centres should be the beating heart of our communities, but instead, we've got local shops chaining fabric conditioner to the shelves, putting security tags on packs of cheese and butter to fend off organised gang raids, an epidemic of shoplifting and violence against shoplifters, violence against shop workers. A law brought in by the Tories means that shop thefts under £200 aren't investigated, even if it is the same organised gang that is coming back time and again. So Conference will end the £200 rule to tackle the shoplifting gangs, bring in respect orders to ban repeat offenders from town centres, and we will restore neighbourhood policing. 13,000 more neighbourhood police and PCSOs back on our streets, patrols back in the heart of our towns. And Conference, we will stand with Usdaw, with the Co-op, with Tesco's, with our convenience stores, with retailers and shop workers across the country, with a new law and tougher sentences for attacks on our shop workers, because everyone has the right to feel safe at work. It will fall to us too to rebuild confidence in British policing, turning round the collapse in prosecutions, recruiting detectives so that more complex crimes like fraud are solved, reforming policing with new powers for the inspectorate if police forces fail, and with firm action to tackle racism, new vetting and misconduct rules to keep standards high. If officers shame their uniform or abuse their position, they will be quickly out. But for the tens of thousands of officers who strain every sinew to keep the rest of us safe, we will back you, and we will be proud to introduce a bravery medal for police officers, firefighters, emergency service workers who lose their lives in the line of duty, because we owe them our thanks for keeping us safe. And more than anything else, we need to keep our children safe. Last year, Keir and I met with a grieving mum in Hartlepool who showed me the video that she kept on her phone of her cradling her teenage son in his hospital bed, singing to him as he lay dying from a knife wound. It's one of the hardest things I've done in this job. It's families who feel like they have lost their future, but who are calling for us to help them save other children's lives. Knife crime has gone up by 70% in 8 years, and some of the steepest increases in towns and suburbs. Yet far too little is done, and a generation is being failed. We must not fail them anymore. Too often, when teenagers say they don't feel safe, no one listens. Too often, when they start to struggle with mental health, or they go off the rails, or get groomed by criminal gangs, nothing is done. Tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime. We said it, we mean it, but that means we have to act. So Labour will bring in new laws to crack down on dangerous knife sales, including online, and to stop gangs exploiting our children. But we also need to step in early. 25 years ago, I was one of the Labour ministers responsible for Sure Start. It was bringing communities, services together to help families with the very youngest children. So, Conference, I am determined now that the next Labour government will do the same for our teenagers, to give them the best start in life and keep them safe. So today we're announcing a new 10-year programme from across government, bringing together services and communities to support our young people. 90 youth hubs, new youth hubs with both mental health workers and youth workers, to tackle the crisis in youth mental health, to give teenagers the best start in life, but to stop the knife crime that is killing our children. Imagine it. Communities coming together with that same awesome capacity to transform lives. We did it in government before. That is what Labour in government can do again. And Conference, this is Labour's mission: to halve serious violence, to put police back on the beat, to restore respect for the rule of law, to keep our children safe. Labour, the true party of law and order, giving our children their future back, giving our country its future back. That is what the next Labour government will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Yvette, for that absolutely brilliant speech. Conference, that now concludes the debate, and votes will be taken at the end of the morning session. Don't forget that the ballot for the NCC is open now until 2 o'clock. I'm now very pleased to hand over to someone who has worked tirelessly to end violence against women and girls, and someone who had the great privilege of working with closely on this issue when I was in the Shadow Justice team. Jess Phillips, welcomed you to the stage.
Well, hello everybody. I just in the green room said that I don't really cry very often in public and my eyes are a bit watery because of the wind. Not as windy as it was last year in Liverpool. But I found myself while Yvette was speaking feeling pretty emotional about how far we have come, and all the women who spoke before Yvette, women first-time delegates, getting to the stage, feeling that we can talk front and centre about a major political issue, being violence against women and girls. Give yourselves a massive round of applause to the Labour movement. The Home Secretary didn't mention it last week, and Yvette Cooper led saying, we will never rest until this is an issue. I have dreamed of the day when this issue was a major political issue, and sometimes you don't know how to behave when you get what you want, so I don't really know how to behave. Right then, I'm here with an amazing panel of people to talk to us about Labour's mission to halve the incidence of violence against women and girls in 10 years. What an ambitious thing to try and do, and we have some amazing women here to talk to us about how we are going to do that. So first I'll introduce them and then we will hear from them. So we have Kim McGuinness here, who Kim is the Police and Crime Commissioner for Northumbria, a role she's held since 2019. Prior to this, she was a Labour councillor and cabinet member. Woo, indeed. She is the Labour candidate for the mayor in the North East, so get out there and help her.
Thank you.
We have Georgia Harrison here. Georgia is a campaigner for violence against women and girls. After becoming a victim of image-based sexual abuse, she went on to lead a successful campaign, brilliantly as well, to introduce amendments to legislation focused on tackling image-based sexual abuse. And next to me is my dear friend, Noor Norris. You have already heard some of her story in Yvette's speech. Noor Norris is a violence against women and girls campaigner. Her sister, she is the sister and aunt of Raneem Uda and Khawla Salim, and the founder of A Campaign for a Secure Life. Oh, we have already heard a bit about Noor's story. I'm going to hand over to her to say why it matters to her that Labour has made this particular pledge.
Thank you, Jess.
My name is Noor Norris. Just a little reflection. How many of you here have a female in their life they love and adore? A sister, a daughter, a friend? Let me guess. Pretty much everyone. What if I told you if this woman gets in the hand of a controller domestic abuse situation, instead of the government at the moment doing their job by protecting her, you will have to do it. And that might cost you your life. And that's exactly how I lost my sister and niece. August 2018, my niece called the police 5 times, begging for help, scared for her life and her son's life. Police didn't come, and they sent her home. They literally refused to attend. My sister had to do exactly what we all will do in that kind of situation. She ran to rescue her. Unfortunately, we lost both of them. I am very honored to be their voice and all the victims in this country's voice, and to ask the government for those people who are in domestic abuse situation to have a future free from fear by securing their lives, and by as well, the most important thing is take the power back from the controller.
We come to Kim. So how do you feel as a woman sat on the stage that Labour has pledged to do this?
Do you know what? I feel like you do. I just think this is the day we've been waiting for, isn't it? We in government are going to halve violence against women and girls. Right? We're saying it out loud, we're saying what we're going to do, and actually some of us in power as police and crime commissioners, we heard a mention from one of our speakers for Tracy Brabin and Alison Lowe in West Yorkshire. We've got Emily Spurrell, our local police and crime commissioner here. We've been doing a lot of this work in power, and we've been working with Yvette to say what is working in our areas, what can we roll out nationally, domestic abuse specialists in our contact centres. That's what we've been doing in Northumbria, that's what works, and now everybody's going to get that. Making sure that we're talking about this issue in the open. You know, the pandemic, actually, there's not much good that came out of the pandemic. And people like you and me, Jess, we campaigned to hear the Prime Minister say one of the reasons you can leave the house is if you are unsafe at home, and he never did that. Yeah. He never did that. But it did spur a conversation about domestic abuse and about the fact that a lot of people are just not safe at home, about violence in public spaces. And we're now having that conversation in the open, and we're pledging that we will be the party to lead the way and end it. And I was, the same as you, really moved to hear first-time speakers at conference, mainly women, coming to talk about this issue. Because this is the issue that we are going to lead on tackling, where the Tories have actually, you know, they've dragged us back from where we were under the last Labour government.
And Georgia, how do you feel about the sort of direction that the future of our country as a place safe for women?
So I think it's so important that violence against women and girls is taken seriously. For those of you that do not know my story, I was a victim of image-based sexual abuse in what turned out to be one of the most high-profile cases ever, which is
you actually got a conviction.
Yes, and you know, I'm one of the only, I think, known celebrities to actually get a conviction in image-based sexual abuse globally, and it was really highly spoken out about, but I was very, very lucky to get that. I was supported very much along the way, but having such a big following and having such a high-profile case meant that I've now become someone that women reach out to when they need help. And I've got about 1.2 million followers on Instagram, and I have to tell you, apart from the odd footballer giving his best shot, my entire DMs is an onslaught of women reaching out for help for all sorts of different methods of abuse. There is people suffering from misogyny, from domestic abuse, from image-based sexual abuse, and unfortunately, unlike a lot of the British public, I'm someone who has no choice. I cannot ignore the epidemic that is happening because it is thrown in my face on a daily basis. And it is amazing to hear that Labour are taking this seriously and that they can see that we are really in a time of dire need for women, and we're going to make a difference for it. So,
Yay. I have a couple of questions for yourselves as experts in the field and also experts by experience. So what is the most important issue to address to ensure that women can live free from violence? So what would you say, Noor?
There's many things, but the most important thing really, from my experience, is empowering women. And the only way to do it is to actually give them enough trust, allowing them to trust you, the government, the system. My niece never trusted the system. After a few calls, and before the 5 calls she made, she realised.
I just want to stress that your niece had, how many times has she tried to call the police previous to the night she was killed?
13.
13 times. And social services interactions?
Yes.
And still that she didn't...
She had no trust in the end.
But it wasn't her fault she didn't have any trust in them, was it? She had learnt not to trust them.
She learned that actually by them not doing anything about it is empowering the perpetrator. At this stage now we need to empower the women to come for help and actually give a strong message to the perpetrators, the abuser, that domestic abuse is not going to be tolerated. There is a system, and we need to evolve the system. And that means training policing and different sectors and organization. That means more fund. Obviously, the list goes on, but this is a...
We could stay here all day, but Keir does have to speak later. If we started listing all the things that needed doing, we might overrun and get to him. But so massive police training and police standards.
Yes, not just police, different sectors, social services, child protection. We need to actually have a system that can safeguard women and children and girls.
Yeah, okay. Definitely clap for that. Kim, you're in power up there. You have some power, like Tracy Rabin, like others. What do you think is going to make a difference?
Do you know, I think actually I agree with everything. I agree with everything that you've said. But what we've got to tackle is the misogyny that causes the thing in the first place. And that, you know, ultimately that's where we've got to go with this. These are crimes that are embedded in misogyny. And so we've got to get in there. We've got to educate young people. We've got to educate young boys. We've got to be having those honest conversations in schools. We've got to take the power away from those abusers, like the man who committed a crime against you, like the man who committed crimes against your sister and your niece. We've got to take the power away from them. We need to get into our workplaces. We heard from Claire over there about workplaces, and we've got domestic abuse champions training going on in workplaces. We have active bystander training to help people to know how to make an intervention. So it's about tackling that misogyny and taking it on at a generational level. You know, Yvette talked about that 10-year plan and Sure Start. Sure Starts are a great place of safety for women.
Certainly were.
As well as everything else that they did, they're a great place of safety for women. These are the things that will work and will make a generational change, so that we're saying to the men of the future, misogyny is not going to be okay. Violence against women and girls will not be tolerated. It will be prosecuted, and we've got to end it.
Yeah, agreed. And Georgia?
Firstly, I agree with Noor. I think it's really important that victims feel that they're going to be taken seriously when they are going to the police, because I speak to a lot of girls who just feel like they weren't taken seriously or no one really understood when they did go to the police. And one thing I wanted to highlight from my personal experience is I feel there needs to be more support for victims when they do choose to call the police and go into the court system, because for me, from the day that I reported the crime, it took me 2 whole years to get a conviction. After the first year, the defendant changed his defence a week before the court case, and my court case then got moved an entire year. What that meant for me was it was detrimental to my career and to my mental health, which was really hard for me, but I couldn't help but think, imagine if you were either a victim of domestic abuse or a sexual assault, if you had been raped and you get a phone call to say, actually, you're going to have to wait a whole nother year to even get inside of a courtroom. You've got to spend the next year of your life walking down the street, not knowing if you're going to get attacked, killed, violated. How would you live with that? And I think it would be so nice if the courts could make sure that if it is a victim of sexual assault or domestic abuse, especially as in a domestic abusive relationship, that amount of time leaves the perpetrator so long to manipulate them to drop the charges. I think those sort of cases should be prioritised, and 90% of those victims are women.
Can I just say, I genuinely didn't ask Georgia to say, you know, everybody is up here saying, but everything that you have said, the Labour Party has pledged to do. So the prioritisation of sexual violence cases through the system, the specialist rape courts to ensure that that happens, and also advocates for rape victims, legal advocates, because you don't, you know, presumably you had to learn the law as well as dealing with your trauma. And when you talk, I just want to stress really, really, like, if you've been raped, I mean, the worst case I've seen was 6 years that somebody had to wait, and she had been raped by somebody in her family who was not on parole. Like, they weren't in prison. They weren't in. So they're around in your neighbourhood. This person you're waiting 6 years to see. That cannot be the status quo. That can, you know, the remand system in our country is allowing many of these people just to walk completely freely. It's frightening, I think, when people actually know the details of it from cases like yours.
It just gives them so much time to repeat offend and harm other people.
Yeah, well, the Labour Party has committed to all of those things. So what more, and we have to be quick because Keir will come on eventually. So what more can the government do to tackle this issue?
Yeah, I mean, it's simply domestic abuse in this country is in crisis. I mean, just a quick summary that we went to, last year, we went to court because the police failed to protect my niece. And we had 33 police officers contributed towards their death because they didn't do their duty properly. And that needs more funding and more training. Also, as well, the system, the logging system, is not sufficient enough, and that really highlights the need and the urge of realizing what domestic abuse in this country is taking terms in, and realizing the need and urge to do something about it.
So the way that we collect the data is bad.
Yes.
So, for example, in your niece's case, when she rang the police, it didn't flag up, did it? That she.
No.
So when she rings the call handler, it doesn't say this person has
the
disorder,
system,
this person is high risk. It just says this is another call tonight.
And then every time she
from another woman, and there's not enough police, so no one's going to go.
Well, every time she called for help, it was logged as a new incident.
As a new incident.
So there's no logging in place for her previous incident, so she was just a new incident.
A new incident, so the risk is like, oh, we'll get round to her eventually. That's, you know, the reality. Thank you so much for sharing your story, Noor. Kim, what's your thing that the government needs to do, apart from obviously become a Labour government?
Yeah,
that would be better.
become a Labour government so Yvette can deliver that, because, you know, listening to what Georgia and Noah are saying, these are the things that we have promised to do. And a lot of these things are things that, you know, we've had these conversations, they're happening in our areas. As I said, domestic abuse specialists in call centres, in contact handling centres for 999.
Well, imagine the difference that would have made if in the West Midlands police area there'd been a specialist in the call centre when you're...
Yeah, all we need is one police officer to do their job properly, or even the social services, and they will be here today.
Imagine they would be here if that had existed.
A huge percentage increase in the number of victims that then actually get specialist help and support. We need better specialist help and support for them. We need prioritisation through the courts. You know, my predecessor, Vera Baird, she set up this legal advocates for victims of sexual violence. We continued that, and now we're going to see that rolled out nationally. And that is what victims need, someone to advocate for them through this complex system. And then we've got to decomplicate it and speed it up and not accept this lag that we've got. Yeah. Women deserve justice. We've got to be working to prevent it, to make it stop. All of those measures we've already talked about. And we've got to get more justice for more women, more victims.
Brilliant. Georgia, what do you want to see us do?
So I'm going to stick to my niche for this one, if that's what you can call it, and just discuss one more topic on image-based sexual abuse. And when I speak to some of the biggest charities that are supporting victims, if you are to go through the court process and you then get a successful conviction, which is such a hard thing to do, and it does take such bravery to take those steps, your content doesn't then become illegal. So even if it's content of a sexually explicit nature, videos or pictures, and it's been proven that it was shared without your consent, it does not become illegal content. So when the charities are reaching out to these massive online platforms, they don't have a leg to stand on, and they cannot impose them to take it down. And I just think it would encourage so many more victims to come forward and reach out to the police if they knew at the end of what is such a hard battle that immediately online platforms would have to remove their content, which should never, ever have been allowed to get there in the first place.
Hear, hear.
That should just be the basics.
Yeah.
It should be.
That should be, yeah. I'm always trying to
basics.
remind in the women's safety space that we have to be careful we're not too grateful for the basics that we should have been expecting. That if images of you being violently abused are online, they should be taken down. Seems like quite an obvious thing to do. So that's it from our panel. I just want to say, as I sat here and I looked at Shabana, Emily and Yvette, and I listened to how so many of the Labour policies that we are launching in this space have come from women like Tracy Brabin and from yourself, Kim. It seems like Northumbria is a trailblazing place in violence against women and girls, or the fight against it. I can't tell you what having a strong Labour women can do when in power. With that team of women, I have no doubt that they're very, very ambitious, and it is ambitious. And when me and Yvette sat down to talk about it, it was like, let's go big, let's go ambitious. The ambitious mission that we have set, that Keir will fight for and be the first Prime Minister, if he takes that job, when he says that the safety and security of the nation is the first responsibility of any government, he will be the first one who actually has a plan in that moment and is actually thinking about the women in our country. Thank you very much.
Okay. Conference. Votes will now take place at the end of the afternoon session. Conference now stands adjourned until 2 p.m. when we will hear from the leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer. Thank you.
The leaning tower of Pisa's got nothing on me, you know. wanna talk? Do you wanna talk? But I'm not thinking straight. Guess I'm gonna...
Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence?
I'm so removed, I get consumed by every single song. I spilled my drink and now I think some coke gets kicking off. I'd like to think that I call the shots, but by the look on your face I think I've not. She said, do you wanna talk, do you wanna talk, do you wanna talk? But I'm not...
Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence? Can we please ask you to leave the hall as work needs to commence?
Gravity's holding me back. I want you to hold out the palm of your hand. Why don't we leave it at that? Nothing to say when everything gets in the way. Seems you cannot be replaced, and I'm the one who will stay. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same. Answer the phone. Harry, you're no good alone. Why are you sitting at home on the floor? What kind of pills are you on? Ringing the bell, and nobody's coming to help. Your daddy lives by himself. He just wants to know that you're well. Oh, in this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. In this world, it's just us. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was. You know it's not the same. Go home, get headlines, feed internet. I don't wanna talk about the way that it was. Leave America, 2 kids follow her. I don't wanna talk about us doing it first. As it was. You know it's not the same as it was. As it was. As it was.
It isn't working. I'm a tidal wave of question marks, and you're just surfing, leaning into me like it's an art. It's so crazy lately. You just understand my feelings, make me see I'm capable and fine, and feeling beautified tonight. I'm ready to dive. Maybe it's the loving in your eyes. I can see through.
hush. Yeah, mess me around, and now you keep calling, wondering if you can make it right. I told you it's the end for you, and I swear this time we're through. But it's a lie when you call my name. Yeah, ooh, that sounds so right, so right, so right. Deep down, wishing you were mine. Deep
caring for others, values she passed on to her 4 children. When she was just 11 years old, Josephine was told she had Still's disease, a rare type of severe arthritis. She struggled to walk, and later in life, she had to have her leg amputated and eventually was unable to eat, move, and lost the power of communication. I heard this story 3 years ago. I also heard that, along with his brother and sisters, Josephine's second son cared for her in his late teens. This was life-changing for him too. Life was emotionally and financially tough. At one point, the family's phone was cut off because they couldn't pay the bill. But at the same time, he worked hard at school. He was the first in his family to go to university, became a barrister, and fought for those values his mother gave him, going on to become the Director of Public Prosecutions. That man is Keir Starmer. And Josephine Baker, Josephine Starmer after her marriage, was his mum. Over the past 13 years, where working people have been let down so badly, I've advocated for disabled people's rights and tackling inequality in health and education. When I voted for Keir as leader, I knew that he was the best possible person to fight against injustice and stand up for working people. I know that pain he had growing up. It gives you the fire to do what it takes to get things right and get things done. A leader with the values, the lived experience, the grit and determination to work with us all, to put our country first and to give us our future back. I knew then, as I know now, that leader is Keir Starmer. He believes, as do I, that Britain is a nation of extraordinary people who can achieve extraordinary things. And right now, millions of people across our country need the Labour Party to be that force. Need Labour to be the party of government once again. And they need leadership that will ensure that our ambitions of our country and the potential of its people will be fulfilled. Leadership that will give us back our future. Conference. Joining us on stage in a few moments after this video, the leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer.
Conference, please welcome the leader of the Labour Party, Keir Starmer.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you, conference.
True democracy is citizen-led. Politics needs an update. We demand a people's house! We demand a people's house! We are in crisis! We are in crisis! Our whole future is in jeopardy!
No. Thank you, conference. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you. Thank you, conference. If he thinks that bothers me, he doesn't know me. Protest or power. That's why we changed our party, conference. That's why we changed our party. Thank you. And it was just as well it was me because my wife's dress is really beautiful. Thank you, Marie, for those words. My mum would have loved to have been here and to have heard you saying those words. Thank you so much for doing me that honour. And thank you, conference. Thank you for that reception. It is fantastic to be here with you in Liverpool again. And now, before I get going, I know what you're thinking. Please, 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 no more Arsenal jokes. And I think you're right. But, conference, I do want to offer my sympathies to Manchester. No, not for that reason. But because I really do feel for any city that had to host that circus last week. Honestly. What can you say about a Prime Minister who goes to Manchester to cancel Manchester's train line? The self-declared champion of motorists who had to borrow a car for a photo op. A man who keeps a very close watch on the cost of living crisis from the vantage point of a short-haul helicopter. Conference, I never thought I'd say this, but I'm beginning to see why Liz Truss won. although I still think we'd have been better off without lettuce, actually. But it's been 13 years now. And what does Britain have to show for it? Where is their minimum wage? Where is their Sure Start? Crime down by a third, more students than ever, devolution, the shortest NHS waiting list in history, 500,000 out of child poverty, peace in Northern Ireland. I'm not going to do the whole list. I haven't got time. But isn't the contrast stark? 13 years of things can only get better versus 13 years of things have only got worse. Conference, this is what we have to fight. The Tory project to kick the hope out of this country, drain the reservoirs of our belief. That's why I started with our achievements. I wanted to remind everyone that there was a time, and it wasn't that long ago, when questions such as, is Britain destined for decline, would have felt ridiculous even to ask. And I have to warn you, our way back from this will be hard. But know this, what is broken can be repaired. What is ruined can be rebuilt. Wounds do heal. And ultimately, that project, their project, will crash against the spirit of working people in this country, and they are the source of my hope. Because there are two stories of the past 13 years. A Westminster of chaos and crisis, 5 prime ministers in 7 years. And then the other side, a Britain where working people never let each other down. In fact, whenever they were asked, they dug deep for this country, came together for this country. And that's the cruelest cost of these 13 years of decline. That a government this week can winnow the confidence of a proud nation, undermine our foundations with the gnawing rot of despair. A sense that government cannot achieve great things, that Britain cannot achieve great things. But I believe in this country. I believe in its spirit, in its people, in its businesses, in its communities. I don't just see the sewage in our streams and seas. I see the volunteers, people who love their community, standing up to fight for clean water. I don't just see the crumbling concrete in our schools. I see the teachers in the temporary classrooms still giving our children the education they need. I don't just see the boards going up in our high streets. I see the businesses, the pubs, the cafes, still trading, still finding a way through the chaos, still serving their community. That's the real Britain Conference. Millions of people who've looked at the Tory circus and said, fine, we'll get on with it ourselves. And I say, let's stand with them. Give them the government they deserve. Turn our backs on never-ending Tory decline with a decade of national renewal. Do not doubt that the fire of change still burns in Britain. The question is whether it lives on inside Labour, and today we show it does. Today we turn the page, answer the question, why Labour? With a plan for a Britain built to last, with higher growth, safer streets, cheap British power in your home, more opportunity in your community, the NHS off its knees, a Britain with its future back. It will require an entirely new approach to politics, mission government, new priorities totally focused on the interests of working people, 5 national missions, all fixed on a single-minded purpose to govern for the long term, end the Tory disease of sticking plaster politics with a simple Labour philosophy that together we fix tomorrow's challenges today. And conference, this new path can only be walked by a new party, a changed Labour Party, no longer enthralled to gesture politics, no longer a party of protest, a party of service. Rebuilt, renewed, reconnected to an old partnership, a bargain, that we serve working people as they drive our country forward. And that's why we had to change so fast, why we had to fight so hard to change this party. The bond of respect that comes from service is special. National renewal depends on it. That's why we stood with NATO, a historic achievement of this party, held out our hand to business, ripped anti-Semitism out by the roots, backed Ukraine, country first, party second. Thank you, conference. Thank you. Conference, I am shocked and appalled by the events in Israel. I utterly condemn the senseless murder of men, women and children, including British citizens, in cold blood by the terrorists of Hamas. This party... This party believes in the two-state solution, a Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. But this action by Hamas does nothing for Palestinians, and Israel must always have the right to defend her people. Conference, these events, the war in Ukraine, they show precisely the test of our era. The world is becoming a more volatile place. Revolutions in energy, science, technology are reshaping the global economy. The race is on for the new jobs, the new supply chains, the new industries that will emerge. Climate change is a recipe for instability. We've seen that on our TV screens all summer. Terrorism, the movement of people, criminal gangs who exploit their vulnerability. They're all challenges we must confront. And through all this, because of all this, democratic rules, democratic values, democratic certainties are under attack. A new age of insecurity, with fault lines that run right through the living standards of working people. But look, as we've seen throughout our history, where there is change, there is also possibility. Possibility in industry, in winning the race for the jobs of the future. Possibility in technology, innovations like gene editing that will save countless lives. Possibility in 4 nations, standing together, no longer distracted or divided. and possibility in working people, in parts of our country ignored, passed over, disregarded as sources of growth and dynamism, but with the potential ready to be unlocked. It boils down to this. Can we look the challenges of this age squarely in the eye, and amidst all the change and insecurity, find the hunger to win new opportunities and the strength to conserve what is precious? Because, conference, I tell you, that is what Britain needs, and that is what we must become. People are looking at us because they want our wounds to heal, and we are the healers. People are looking to us because these challenges require a modern state, and we are the modernizers. People are looking to us because they want to build a new Britain, and we are the builders. But they also look out at the chaos in the world and in Westminster, and they want to know, can we find that elusive path to an economy that serves their community? Can we deliver the rock of stability they need to move forward with their lives, shelter from the storm, and a passage to calmer waters? Because, conference, we should never forget that politics should tread lightly on people's lives, that our job is to shoulder the burden for working people, carry the load, not add to it. This year, I went on holiday to the Lake District with my family. We were sitting in a pub near Windermere. I was eating fish and chips. Vic had the plant burger. You see, we don't focus group everything. Anyway, we were sitting there. It was calm. It was beautiful. The Lake District never lets you down. I went there every year as a child with my family. And although she struggled so much to walk, my mum loved the lakes. So it was really special to share it with my kids. And if you can believe it, it was sunny. This summer. But the reason I remember it, the privilege of it, is because on my first day back from holiday, I was in a cafe in Worthing in Sussex, talking to people, and what one woman said really stuck in my mind. She was a single mum with 2 kids. And she said to me, it's survival mode. I can't think, oh, let's do something nice. There's no long-term planning, no thinking about the future. And I could see the hurt in her eyes as she told me. That's what this cost of living crisis does. It intrudes on the little things that we love, whittles away at our joy, days out, meals out, holidays, the first things that people cut back on. Picking up a treat in the supermarket, just to put it back on the shelf. Conference, we have to be a government that takes care of the big decisions, so working people have the freedom to enjoy what they love. More time. More time, more energy, more possibility, more life. It could be football, fishing, or just a quiet time with your family. But we all need that conference. We all need the ability to look forward, to move forward, free from anxiety. That's what getting our future back really means. But look, conference, here's what we can't do. We can't take advantage, because it's exactly in moments like this, when people want change, need change, cry out for change, that the hope of the easy answer can prosper. And conference, we cannot be about that. Changing a country is not like ticking a box. It's not the click of a mouse. Long-term solutions are not oven-ready. If you think our job in 1997 was to rebuild a crumbling public realm, that in 1964 it was to modernise an economy left behind by the pace of technology, that in 1945 to build a new Britain out of the trauma of collective sacrifice, then in 2024 it will have to be all three. All three. And conference, and at a time when our politics feels broken, when our public services are broken, our public finances wrecked, the Tory mortgage bombshell that's blown up the finances of millions. Nurses, teaching assistants, builders, drivers, shop workers, carers, people who never before missed a payment in their life, working harder than ever for the wage in their pocket, and who now find themselves walking a little more slowly past the food bank in their town. The age of insecurity loaded onto the backs of working people. But there's no magic wand here. A decade of national renewal. That's what it will take. We will need ambition, determination, patience, absolutely, but also bravery. Because it's brave to reject the hope of the easy answer, courageous to choose instead the hope of the hard road. But if we give Britain the certain destination, if we walk step by step with working people, bulldoze through the barriers in their way, lay secure foundations at their feet, mission government our guide, then yes, we can get our future back. So let's set the course. Let's get Britain building again. Take back our streets, switch on great British energy, tear down the barriers to opportunity, get our NHS back on its feet. And today, another step along that road, an answer to the outrage that is 7.5 million people waiting for treatment on our NHS. People like Hamza Semakula. He's a semi-pro footballer who plays for Hendon in the Southern League. Last year, he tore his knee ligaments very badly, and that left him with a choice of paying £15,000 to go private or abandoning his career, his love, his joy. Now, Hamza actually crowdfunded his operation in the end. The British people dug deep and got him back on the pitch. And he's back in the goals as well. He scored in the FA Cup this season. But honestly, how has it come to this? Working people paying for their own health care in a cost of living crisis. Pensioners waiting weeks, months, sometimes waiting years, just for the care that they need. No, the whole point of our NHS is to be the crowd-funded solution for all of us. That's the fundamental principle. And at the next election, it's on the line. The Conservative Party that brought our NHS to its knees will put it in the ground. We have got to get it back on its feet. Thank you, Conference. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. The non-dom tax status is a legal loophole that allows some of the richest people in the world to avoid paying tax in Britain. That's money we could invest in our NHS. That's always been our priority. And right now, the biggest challenge is cutting waiting lists. So we will invest that money in boosting capacity, We will get the NHS working round the clock, and we will pay staff properly to do it. More operations, more appointments, more diagnostic tests. You will be seen more clearly in an NHS clearing the backlog 7 days a week. But conference, do not doubt the hard road either. Because if all we do is place the NHS on a pedestal, then I'm afraid it will remain on life support. I know some people don't like the word reform, but I tell you now, there's no other option. We must be the government that finally transforms our NHS. We can't go on like this. We can't go on with a sickness service. We need an NHS that prevents illness, keeps people healthy and out of hospital in the first place. We must use technology to overhaul every aspect of delivery, move care closer to communities, deploy the power of artificial intelligence to spot disease quickly. Mental health treatment when you need it, we'll guarantee that. The 8 a.m. scramble for the GP appointment, we'll end it. Dangerous waits for cancer diagnosis, we will consign them to history. But conference, here's the bigger lesson. Because what is true of our NHS is true right across the board. We're not here to manage the shop. We're here to make government more dynamic, more joined up, more strategic, focused at all times and without exception on long-term national renewal. Mission government. It's not about size, it's about capacity. A more powerful engine, not a bigger car. A reforming state, not a checkbook state. Now, people will say, don't rock the boat. We've always done it like this. Is this really necessary? I've reformed a public service before. I know how it goes. But it's our responsibility to do it. And across our public services, the prize is huge. Because if we call time on wasteful police procurement, then we can have a community policing guarantee, more police in your town, fighting antisocial behaviour and taking our streets back. If we ignore the appeals for the status quo on private school tax breaks or outdated national curriculum, then we can have mental health staff in every school, more expert teachers in the classroom, more creativity, speaking skills, confidence, shatter the class ceiling at source. And if we want to challenge the hoarding of potential in our economy, then we must win the war against the hoarders in Westminster. Give power back and put communities in control. That's mission government. But conference, it also has to be something more, a deeper bond, a partnership between people and politics that in our age, after these 13 years of decline, will be hard to renew. Some people say to me, it's about honesty, isn't it? We were lied to. These politicians were liars. But, you know, that's not it. Well, maybe for one of them, it actually was it. But for people like Rishi Sunak, it's more that they cannot see the country before them. The walls of Westminster are so high. The view that your lives, your services, your future are just pieces on their board. That's so deeply ingrained in their mindset. They have no way to understand what you've been through. You know, they actually believe what comes out of their mouths. When your public services were cut to the bone and they said, we're all in it together. When they told you to your face that Brexit would only bring benefits for your business. When they say now that they're taking tough decisions for you in this cost of living crisis. They've convinced themselves that this is what they're really doing. They can't see Britain, not your Britain. Can't accept that every time your interests were on the line, they made you pay. But when it's people like them, they look after themselves. Rishi Sunak. Rishi Sunak and the shallow men and women of Westminster, unable to see, unable to listen, unable to stand in your shoes and serve this country. And they won't change. They can't change. Couldn't even change during a pandemic, when our country came together to follow rules that they set and they broke. Conference, my sister is a care worker. She was a care worker during the pandemic. 14-hour shifts, often overnight, unimaginable pressure. And the reward, a struggle every week, and I mean every week, just to make ends meet. But it's not just about that. It's also about respect. Working people never let each other down. And in the pandemic, the British people didn't let them down. The bond of respect was there. That's why we clapped. Britain knew exactly who was serving it in its time of need. And for me, that's the biggest frustration. Not the pitiful reward the government gave for that service, but also the countless missed opportunities to deepen that bond. Use it to change our country. Because I believe this country respects itself. I believe the British people respect each other. And I believe that if people see that respect, see that service in their politics, then they will commit to the mission of national renewal. Let me put it this way. At some point in your life, many people here will have heard a nagging voice inside saying, no, this isn't for you. You don't belong here. You can't do that. Working class people certainly hear that voice. Trust me. In some ways, it's the hardest class ceiling of all. But conference, imagine if instead a whole country said, you do belong. Imagine if a whole country said, we back your potential. Imagine if a whole country commits properly to unlocking the pride you have in your community. Then look what we could build. A country where every contribution is equally respected. Where you don't have to change who you are just to get on. Where whatever your background, you feel secure, valued, certain that things will be better for your children. Thank you, Conference. Thank you. A Britain strong enough, stable enough, secure enough for you to invest your hope, your possibility, your future. A Britain built to last, where working people are respected, crime is prosecuted, ambulances come, the minimum wage is enforced, infrastructure gets built, children feel safe in their classrooms, businesses and workers unite in partnership, fight for the jobs of the future, jobs that are well paid in your town and where MPs have only one job, service. No more. No more bonuses for people pumping sewage into our rivers. No more pensioners. No more pensioners freezing while energy firms make record profits. No more government contracts awarded by the back door. No more cleaners mocked as they scrub mess off the walls of illegal parties in Westminster. Thank you, Tim. A future where we believe workers' rights are good for growth. Inequality corrosive. Communities should have a bigger stake. Climate change is an opportunity we can't pass up. Young people's aspirations must be met. Britain is respected around the world again. That's our future conference. Let's get it back. Because government can be a force for good. We can fight alongside working people in the name of justice and opportunity. That's why I came into politics. I've looked into the eyes of the people that we must serve at the Crown Prosecution Service in my work in Northern Ireland, and I've seen reflected back the knowledge that government can make or break a life. It's that responsibility that drives me on towards the reforms I know we must make, the Britain I know we must build. So let's get to work, because there is one barrier so big, so imposing, that it blocks out all light from the other side. A blockage that stops this country building roads, grid connections, laboratories, train lines, warehouses, wind farms, power stations. An obstacle to the aspirations of millions, now and in the future, who deserve the security of home ownership. A future hidden by our restrictive planning system. And conference, we must bulldoze through it. We used to call it the dream of home ownership, didn't we? We used to say it glibly on stages like this. But look at Britain now. It has become a dream. It's out of reach for millions. And if we don't take action, it will only become more distant. A luxury for the few, not the privilege of the many. And look, I'm trying really hard not to mention the house I grew up in again. But seriously, that Pebble Dash semi was everything to my family. It gave us stability through the cost of living crisis in the 70s. It served as the springboard for the journey I've been on in my life. And I believe every family deserves the same. To have made that aspiration harder for working people, that's been a disaster for our economy and for the unity of this country. So today we launch a new plan to get Britain building again, a signal of our determination to fight the blockers who hold a veto over British aspiration. No more land bankers sitting comfortably on brownfield sites while rents in their communities rise. No more councils refusing to develop a local plan because they prefer the backdoor deal. No more inertia in the face of resistance, and there will be resistance from people who say, no, we don't want Britain's future here. My message to them is this: a future must be built. That is the responsibility of serious government. And if we continually wash our hands of this task, we all end up in a rut, just like now. So it's time to get Britain building again. It's time to build 1.5 million new homes across the country. Opportunities for first-time buyers in every community. New development corporations with the power to remove the blockages. New infrastructure to support families and communities to grow. Roads, tunnels, power stations built quicker and cheaper. And a new effort to rewire Britain. The national grid moving faster, a lot faster, laying the cables our future prosperity needs. It's a future with more beautiful cities, more prosperous towns, new parks, green spaces, new public services, all aligned with our plan. And conference, sometimes the old Labour ideas are right for new times. So where there are good jobs, where there is good infrastructure, where there's good land for affordable homes, we'll get shovels in the ground, cranes in the sky, and build the next generation of Labour new towns. Thank you. Thank you, conference. And no, this doesn't mean we're tearing up the green belt. Labour is the party that protects our green spaces. No party fights harder for our environment. We created the national parks, created the green belt in the first place. I grew up in Surrey. But where there are clearly ridiculous uses of it, disused car parks, dreary wastelands, not a green belt, a grey belt, sometimes within a city's boundary, then this cannot be justified as a reason to hold our future back. We will take this fight on. That's a Britain built to last. And here's why. Because getting Britain building again is critical for economic growth, our most important mission, and also a means, a way to soften that hard road, deliver on national renewal, and escape the cost of living crisis permanently. And that is why this Labour Party will fight the next election on economic growth. An economy that works for the whole country is what the British people want. The Tories know that. They stood at this crossroads before. They called it levelling up. But as soon as they counted their votes, they turned back. Back to the comfort of the easy answer. Back to the trickle-down nonsense that sees wealth trickle up and jobs trickle out. You cannot understate this. Those ideas are finished. Blown away by a world where tyrants like Putin pay little regard to the niceties of market dogma, but also because in the end, they always make working people pay. You saw it last year. Tax cuts for the richest, the pound sinking like a stone, a wrecking ball to our finances, economic shrapnel everywhere, family budget shredded, a £300 billion bill, the only remedy, Labour stability. You know, I never thought I would hear a modern Conservative Prime Minister say that 50% of our children going to university was a false dream. My dad felt the disrespect of vocational skills all his life, but the solution is not and never will be the levelling down of working class aspiration to go to university. But conference. But conference, this is the Tory mindset now. Don't solve problems, exploit them. So if you are a Conservative voter who despairs of this, if you look in horror at the descent of your party into the murky waters of populism and conspiracy, with no argument for economic change. If you feel our country needs a party that conserves, that fights for our union, our environment, the rule of law, family life, the careful bond between this generation and the next, then let me tell you, Britain already has one, and you can join it. It's this Labour Party. Thank you, Conference. And this is our mission. Every new era of growth must start with an expansion of the country's productive capabilities. That is an iron law. But what isn't an iron law is who that growth benefits. Back in the 80s, the Tories gave us the financial Big Bang, and we're still counting the cost. Wealth and opportunity concentrated in the hands of the few. Our Labour era will instead unleash the big build, and the winners this time will be working people everywhere. That's a Britain built to last. And conference, it is a new way. Unlike the Tories, we won't be dragged back to the easy answers. The barriers of dogma will not block our path. That's why we hold out the hand of partnership to business, champion the need for a competitive tax regime, understand that private enterprise is the only way this country pays its way in the world. And at the same time, we scrap 0 hours contracts. We end fire and we hire. Make work pay with a real living wage and say unambiguously, this is good for growth. Conference, we say yes to sound money, yes to cutting waste and debt, embrace the need for stability. Fiscal responsibility is non-negotiable. And if investment can kickstart growth, if investment can save money in the long run, can protect jobs, create jobs, crowd in billions of private investment, then yes, we must get on and do it. And look, business is ready to join us in this endeavour. I can't tell you how many conversations I've had with leading CEOs who tell me it's the chopping and changing, the sticking plaster politics, the chaos that is holding back investment in our country. That's why we'll set up the National Wealth Fund, work hand in glove with the private sector to rebuild this country. But as we share the risk, we must also share the rewards. So we will make sure that the British people retain a stake in our investments. This is our mantra. The fight for the future must go hand in hand with the fight for every pound. That's a Britain built to last. Not state control, not pure free markets, but a genuine partnership, sleeves rolled up, working for the national interest, worker and business, public and private, building a bridge from the jobs we must protect today to the opportunities we have to win for tomorrow. That's why the global crisis of the last 13 years have been so painful for Britain. The stand-aside state that leaves nobody with the future they want because there's no direction. An irresponsibility towards the future that defies the values Conservatives say they support. You heard the Prime Minister banging the drum again last week. But I say to him, look around Britain. Look at the bills working people are paying now. They're more expensive because you didn't build the gas storage. You didn't invest in clean British energy. You scrapped home insulation. And you're doing it all again. Moving the targets back, passing it on to the next generation, letting the cost rise because you won't pay. Sticking plaster politics, an approach as riven through the foundations of our security as the crumbling concrete in our schools. The never-ending cycle of Tory Britain, party first, country second, drift, stagnate, decline. We have to turn the page on this conference. Government must steer the ship on industrial policy. That's a crucial part of any plan for growth. So here's our strategy. Step one, our National Wealth Fund, standing with business, ready to invest in the critical infrastructure that we need. The battery gigafactories, the clean British steel, the ports that can finally handle large industrial parts. More growth, more demand, more jobs. Step two, long-term stability for researchers, investors, innovators, a real boost for life sciences and the automotive industry, and a British jobs bonus that will attract new investment to our industrial heartlands, from Bridgend to Burnley, the backbone of Britain, once again powering us towards national renewal. Step three, a new direction on skills, because a future must be trained as well as built. And the generation that sacrificed so much during the pandemic, their potential must be backed. So today we commit to a new generation of colleges, technical excellent colleges, colleges with a stronger lead to their local economies, planted firmly in the ground of young people's aspirations, but also in the pride, the pull of the badge on your shirt, the ambition you feel when building a legacy for your community. Training lab workers in Derbyshire, automotive engineers in Wolverhampton, computer scientists in Manchester, nuclear technicians in Somerset, builders in Staffordshire, tool makers in Hull. My dad would have loved that. And conference step 4, a new mindset. Because when an opportunity is there to be won, you have to take it. Clean British energy is cheaper than foreign fossil fuels. That means cheaper bills for every family in the country. But conference, also a chance to make us more competitive. Countries like America are using this gift to create manufacturing jobs, the like of which we haven't seen for decades. And they're not the only ones. So when Rishi Sunak says, row back on our climate mission, I say, speed ahead. Speed ahead with investment. Speed ahead with 500,000 jobs. Speed ahead with great British energy. A new energy company that will harness clean British power for good British jobs. A company that will be publicly owned, conference, and will be based in Scotland. Because, conference, though great British energy will be a shared mission, Scotland has the skills, Scotland has the ingenuity, and Scotland is at the heart of a Britain built to last. That's what the people of Rutherglen voted for. On conference, I want to thank Anas for his inspiring leadership in that campaign and beyond, and Michael Shanks, who will serve his community with dignity, pride and determination. Michael. Conference, Scotland can lead the way to a Labour government, but be under no illusion. We must earn every vote. We must understand that the Scottish people are not just looking at us, they're also looking at Britain. The challenge of change remains. But nonetheless, for the first time in a long time, we can see a tide that is turning. 4 nations that are renewing. Old wounds of division, exploited by the Tories and the SNP, beginning to heal. So let the message from Rutherglen ring out across Britain. Labour serves working people in Scotland because Labour serves working people across all these islands. There's nothing more important. No distractions, no higher cause. That's who we stand for. What we stand for, our argument for Britain. An old partnership perhaps, but a flame now reignited to face a modern age of insecurity. A Britain once again united by the solidarity of working people, staring down the challenges of a more volatile world, fighting for our future together. And conference, it will be a fight. The SNP will regroup. Of course they will. Once again, they will wave away the lessons of history, try to present nationalism as a bridge to the world. We have to remind them it can barely provide a ferry out of the Hebrides. As for the Tories, I have to warn you, A party that has so completely severed its relationship with the future, that is prepared to scorch the earth just to get at us. They will be dangerous. Trust me, wherever you think the line is, they've already got plans to cross it. But they'll be up for the fight. They're always up for the fight to save their own skins. And this isn't over. In fact, it's barely begun. So we have to be disciplined, focused, ready to fight back, and confident, conference, because we have come so far already. We've dragged this party back to service, and we can do the same for politics. I grew up working class. I've been fighting all my life, and I won't stop now. I've felt the anxiety of a cost of living crisis before, and until your family can see the way out, I will fight for you. That's my mission, and we will do it. We will face down the age of insecurity together. Break the stranglehold of Tory decline. Walk towards a decade of national renewal. Conference. Why Labour? Because we serve your interests. Why Labour? Because we will grow every corner of our country. Why Labour? Because we have a plan to take back our streets, switch on great British energy, get the NHS back on its feet, tear down the barriers to opportunity and get Britain building again. A plan for a Britain built to last, a plan to heal the wounds, a plan to turn the page and say, in a cry of defiance to all those who now write our country off, Britain must, Britain can, Britain will get its future back. Thank you, conference. Thank you, conference. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Thank you, conference. Thank you, conference.